Well, good morning. Certainly privilege and honor to be here and be asked to come evaluate the goat show at the Weld County Fair and more importantly work with the young people. And something I truly enjoy is getting to go around the country and sort livestock and then also work with young people, and it's something near and dear to my heart. And I'll tell you, if this is an indication of how the day's going to go, I'm ready to roll, and I think it's going to be a great day. A very nice class to start off here in our junior doe show. Young ladies black-headed doe, I think one that just kind of serves us to the top, just in terms of stoutness and balance and having some eye appeal. I think that doe is very functional on the move. She gets around the ring. You get your hands on her. Is she the creased up one, or just the most fun in terms of handling quality? Probably not, but that's a bold backed one that is really good in terms of where 13th loin sets or 13th rib sets. Very nice way to start. Second and third, different in terms of type and kind, and I'll be honest, I've kind of switched and played them. Young lady, it's going to be second though. I just see more on the top side of this one, and just a little just more dense in terms of her touch. I like that about her, and compared to the one that goes out ahead, not quite as stout. I'd like to probably level her out of her hip and maybe open her up from behind. But in terms of handling quality and touch, I think she's very good in that aspect. Young man, it's going to be third. I love this one in terms of just her elegance. She's dead level in terms of her top. I like that extra length of body. Really neat and attractive on the move. As you get up on top of her, I think she's very square and appropriate in terms of where her rack sets and her edge. There's just not as much of that one in terms of overall dimension and just density, but that's a very nice female. Young lady's a black doe that rounds out the class. Another one very functional in her skeleton. I like her depth of body and her look. As we compare to those out ahead, though, I just need to bust her open everywhere, just give her a notch more dimension. Really nice class start today. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, here's your check 1, 2. All right, here's your placing in the Junior Doe Kid. Fourth place, we have Alexis York. Third place, we have Alan Raff. Second place, we have Mesa Arnold. And first place, we have Alana Boschel. Thank you, guys.
Another nice class, and I think some discussion. The young man's a black-headed doe, though. I think in terms of just fault freeness, and her biggest advantage for me is her skeleton. When we set him into motion, I think she's the most comfortable on the move, and when he gets her propped up, I think she offers a neat look and is really balanced. You get your hands on her, she's wide and square, really good in terms of the touch of her rack. Like how she progresses and gets bigger over her loin edge. One that very fault-free and functional. If I want to change that one, I get right behind her, and I think she could probably be just a little bigger in terms of her pin set, have a little more shape through the lower part of her leg. That's getting picky of a nice one. Second and third is close again, and I think the doe in second, just in terms of density and handling quality and shape, that she handles big and bold, and I like that. When this one relaxes, I think she also gives you a really neat look. Runs uphill, has some levelness to her. I like those things about her. When we set that one into motion or just study that one in terms of angles, I want to modify that one. She's a little more upright in terms of her shoulder. She's a little straighter and just more awkward in the way she uses her hop. Love the density, love the shape. I just need to fix that one on the move just a touch. Young man coming next has got one really long-bodied, really good in terms of just having a really maternal look to her. Like those things about her. She's got some muscle. You get on top of her. I think she's a little flatter in her forerib. She's a little rounder in terms of her loin. You study her chest, and right from behind, I think she narrows up the most of those top three. I just need to open her up and maybe bring her together just a little more to move up. Young lady that rounds out the class, that's a backed one. Really good in terms of her rack shape. Like how she spans wide at her 13th loin, or her 13th rib. I like the body shape. I like the muscle texture. We get off to the side of her, she's a little plainer for me. She's plainer and deeper in terms of her shoulder. She wants to get a little rounder out of her hip. Just doesn't balance up and catch you with the same kind of eye appeal. That's a really nice class. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, here's your placings for the last class. In fourth place, we have Cadence Funk. Third place, Dylan Bochelle. Second place, Mesa Arnold. And first place, Alan Raff. Congratulations.
Another nice class here, and I think the does offer some compliment just quality-wise and eye appeal. prefer the young man's traditional mark doe. Very feminine in terms of her look and has a really maternal center body to her. I think she holds herself together really well on the move, like those things about her. We could maybe just open her up underneath ever so slightly and maybe just a notch more pop, but that's a nice female. Young lady's a paint doe. Probably when you get your hands on her, she may be a little just bolder and bigger there at her 13th rib and handle with a little more shape right behind her shoulder. From a skeleton standpoint, I want to modify her. She's a little funky there in her knee. Just doesn't blend and tie quite as smooth as the one that goes out ahead of her. Nice pair of them. Let's give both those exhibitors a big hand.
Here's your placing for the last class. Second place is Emma Davis, and first place is Sutton Hill. If you're looking for any of the photos from today, go check out flyingmphotography.com. They have all of the downloads for free, sponsored by Chevron. So go check out flyingmphotography.com to get all your pictures. Thank you.
Good here in our first division of the day, and I think, not a ton of numbers, but I think the quality's been very good, and the depth all the way through the classes, high-quality individuals and females that I think are going to do a great job for these young exhibitors. Get them out here and, just thinking there was some debate and some things, but I'm very pleased with these who are on this side, and I think they're the ones that put the most quality together, and then with that having the least flaws and just I think goats that are very good in terms of their skeleton. I think they're neat in terms of their look. Doe kids that have some muscle, are they the most powerful ones or the coolest handling ones? Probably not, but I think that the combination, the surface to the top, stepping back and looking, I think it gets very close between a pair and just some slight differences. There's one that probably just hits me just a nickel harder. I'll go out and show you which one that is, but let's give all these in our first doe drive a big round of applause. We'll bring the second place out from that first class, and I think certainly one that fits in the lineup and has a lot of to her. We talked about her in class, and I'm going to try not to just repeat and go over. I think there's another one that's a very good female that offers a ton of potential and things I like. Young man out of the second class will be reserved. Let's give him a big hand. Good trio here in our yearling division, and these will be your champion in reserve. Young man's doe that starts, I think just her presence is very good. She hits the ring. She's functional in her skeleton. You love her stoutness and just dimension she has. Very good in that aspect. You get up on top of that one, and she's big and bold, and she does it in the right way. She's big racked and has a lot of shape and expression. She gets and wider. You get back to her 13th loin and ties in very good to her hip loin junction. She has a really neat look to her from the side. Getting very critical. She goes right away, and I'd probably like to square her up at the ground from hock down just a little bit. Maybe open her up, plant those just a little wider. But that's getting very picky of a nice one. Young man's black-headed doe that comes next. Kind of different in terms of her type and kind. Really long and extended. I like that when she relaxes. She's dead level in terms of her spine. I know she's wanting to wad up now. I think a very functional one. Probably even a little neater in terms of flatness of shoulder and length of neck. You compare to the one that goes out ahead of her, though. There's not near as much goat there. Just stouten her up, make her a little bolder and wider, but a nice female there. Young lady's doe that rounds out the class. Another one that kind of fits that type and kind. I like her length of body. I like her flexibility. You get comparative, though. She gets plainer in terms of her front end. I like to just level her up ever so slightly right behind her shoulder, get right behind her, open her up in her pin set, and just give her a notch more shape and thickness to her leg. Really nice trio. Let's give all those kiddos a big hand.
Here's your placings for the senior doe class. Third place is Alexis York. Your reserve champion is Alan Raff. And your champion is Blake Bochelle.
Well, first and foremost, let's give all of our breeding goat exhibitors a big round of applause. Not a ton of numbers, but I think quality's been very good in each class and all the way through the classes. And we get these champions out here, and I think they're all high-quality individuals that are good and for different reasons. I mean, they're not all out of the same mold or cookie-cutter versions, and that's fine. That's one thing that makes it fun about sorting livestock. Good ones come in all different shapes, sizes, colors, and weight ranges. So just going through and picking the good versus the bad, and I think we've got a lot of good in these. Stepping back, I think there's a pair of them that kind of match up and fit together. I think there's one that probably just hits me a little harder and just has a ton of quality. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, but let's give all the doe exhibitors another big round of applause.
And that's for all females. Is the female grand champion? Okay. Your female reserve champion is Elena Bochelle. And your female grand champion is Blake Bochelle. Give it up for them, folks.
Just a single entry here to start our buck show, but young man brings us a high quality individual as he comes together. I like the length and levelness of spine. I think that goat is good in terms of his flexibility. You get your hands on him. I think he's got some shape and expression of muscle. I like that. We might want to fix him, just open him up ever so slightly in terms of his forehead and the middle part of his body. I know he's being a little shy today, but high quality individual for the young man. Let's give him a big hand.
First place in the junior buck goes to Wyatt Dudley. Congratulations.
Another single entry in our buck show, but young man brings us a very functional one that's good on his feet and legs, and I think tracks awfully nice. He gets propped up. I like the length and extension he has. He's really long and extended up through his front end. Get your hands on him. He's got some firmness to the touch. Maybe like to just open him up just ever so slightly there from behind. But a nice individual. Let's give that young man a big round of applause. just two head here for our buck show, but I think a pair of them that offer some quality and offer some good, both good in terms of their skeleton and I think very functional breeding animals. I think buck show, it's something we don't necessarily have at home, but I think it gives these kiddos an opportunity to get on that production side of things and sort and figure out your genetics. We get both of them out here. I think there's certainly it gets close in some ways. There's one that probably hit me just a little more favorably. I'll go out and select you a champion reserve, but let's give both these young men a big round of applause here in our show.
Here's your results for the buck class. Your reserve champion is Brian Martinez, and your grand champion is Wyatt Dudley. Congratulations, Wyatt.
a nice trio here in our dairy show, and some differences and some give and take. Young ladies that we're going to start with just hit me the hardest in terms of presence and look and just balance. I like her extra extension up front. She's very neat and flat in terms of her shoulder. I love the length of neck she has. I like her extra length of spine, and when we get her on the move, I think she just holds together. Is she the biggest bodied one? No, and I think that's where the one in second makes a play. I think she does come out with more shape and dimension there in her forerib and the middle part of her body. I like her depth of body as well. As we study her, I just don't know if she's as good and sharp in terms of her build. I'd like to just make her a little neater there at the base of her shoulder. When we set her on the move, I don't think she maintains herself in terms of quality and look like the one that goes out ahead. Young lady is going to be third, certainly different in terms of type and kind. Very powerful in terms of just rib cage and boldness. I love the shape of body she has, and I like the depth and softness she has. If we compare to those two, just probably not as neat in terms of her look. Like to make her just a little sharper up front, but that's a very good class of three. Let's give all those young ladies a big round of applause.
Here's your results from the first section of the Dairy Dough. Third place is Haley Oak. Second place is Haley Hoff. And first place is Cassidy Hoff. First and second place, stick around, please.
another good class, and certainly differences in terms of type and kind. And I think the top pair of surfaces and some differences. Young lady we're going to start with, though, I just prefer that one on the move. I think she maintains her body and her top line just a little better. I like the way she utilizes her hind leg and her hip. I think she just gets out and goes with a little more authority. I like the fact that they're both very bold and big in terms of their body. I like their depth of body. Young lady that's going to be second, I think that one may be even more dimensional in terms of just openness in the middle part of her body and depth there. As we set her into motion, she gets a little plainer for me. She wants to get a little funkier in her top line. I don't think she uses her hip and hop quite as nicely. Young man that's going to be third, I love the sharpness that one has in terms of just neatness of shoulder and length and extension of neck. Like those things about that female a great deal. We compare her to the two ahead of her. I just don't think there's as much of that one in terms of center body shape, depth of body. Like to just open her up and give her more overall dimension to move up. But a very good trio. Let's give all three of those exhibitors a big hand.
Your results for the second class of the Dairy Doe: third place, Haley Oak; second place, Haley Oak; and first place, Haley Oak. Congratulations, Haley.
Just a single entry here, but young lady brings us a nice female. One you certainly have to appreciate for the sharpness she has up there, her front end, neat and flat in her shoulder. Like her tallness at the point of her shoulder, like her length and levelness down her top. Female that moves really good. Really nice to see her in production as well. Young lady's doing a good job. Let's give her a big round of applause.
First place for your does 3 and over, Nala Veter.
another single entry here, but high quality young man brings us a buck that very good and functional in terms of his feet and legs. I think Goat very tall at the point of his shoulder, and I like his levelness and strength atop. He's got some dimension to him. Certainly looks good in terms of testicular development for that age. Nice one for him. Let's give him a big round of applause.
First place in the Dairy Buck, Eli Kohler. Give it up for him.
nice dairy leather class here. In the young man's black goat, I think surfaces pretty easily for me. Big and bold, and still very good in terms of the way he's put together. I like his length of body, tallness of shoulder. Is he as neat and just maybe sharp looking up front? Is the goat that's second? Probably not, but I think that goat still balances up, has a really neat look, and no doubt he's very powerful and big and a lot of good in him. Young lady that's going to be second, I like the look that he has. He's very sharp and neat and really good up to his front end. I like his length and extension there from his neck forward. I like his levelness at top, and I think that's probably where he beats the goat that's going to be third. Just not as much of him today. Doesn't quite catch your eye as the black-headed goat. Young lady that rounds out the class, another goat that probably in terms of depth of body and movement as good as any of them. As we watch him go, though, he's just a little plainer in terms of his look. I like to pick him up, make him a little taller in terms of his shoulder, make him a little leveler in terms of his top line. Really good class. All three of these kiddos a big hand.
Here's your standings for the dairy weather. Third place is Eli Kohler. Second place is Eli Kohler. And first place is Eli Kohler. Give it up for him.
Let's give not just these, but all our exhibitors here in our dairy show a big round of applause. once again, not a ton of numbers, but I think a very good set of goats, and they're going to go on and be put back in these young people's programs and do a lot of good, and certainly breed makeup and differences, and then within those breeds some differences in terms of type and kind, but I think they're all very nice and have a lot of good to them. I think stepping out, and I think it gets close in some spots, and there's 3 or 4 that kind of stick out to me, but just thinking back, there's 2 that hit me awfully hard, and I think still continue to do that. I'll go out and select you a champion and reserve champion for this division. One more time, let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Here's your results for the overall dairy. Your reserve dairy champion is Haley Hoff, and your grand champion dairy goat is Cassidy Hoff. Give it up for them, folks.
Another single entry here, but a young man brings us a doe that I think can withstand some competition. Bold and opened up and huge bodied. I like that about her a great deal. And when he gets her stopped and set up, I think she's still everything kind of fits and matches. She's good top line and just has a nice look to her. If anything, maybe on her front end, maybe like to just bring her in ever so slightly. Nice doe for him. Let's give him a big round of applause.
First place in your Pygmy doe is Wesley Intermill.
Nice pygmy litter here. I think a goat that very neat and attractive in terms of his look. I like his strength and length of top line. Very neat in terms of his appearance. Very tall-shouldered and long about his head and neck. I think that goat gets around and moves awfully well. Anxious to see him back here in just a second for your champion pygmy. Let's give this young man another big round of applause. Let's have a big round of applause here in our champion pygmy drive. Certainly different in terms of type and kind and differences that but both very good in their own right. The one out of the doe class just bold, big, and really good in terms of body shape and depth. I like that about her a great deal. We talked about in class maybe making her a little different in terms of the way she's built in her shoulder and knee. The weather goat one very good in terms of his look and presence. I think very sound structurally. Is he as powerful? No, but I think lots of good in that one. It's very close, and honestly, they're so different. I think you could kind of pick your poison or mix and match. For me, I like the weather goat today. He'll be champion. We'll follow up with the doe for reserve.
Your reserve champion in the Pygmy Goats is Wesley Intermill, and your grand champion is also Wesley Intermill. Give it up for him. We're going to be bringing animals in for the supreme champion of the breeding.
Well, first and foremost here in our Supreme Breeding Goat, let's give all the exhibitors in the show a big round of applause. Not to sound like a broken record, but quality's been very good through all the shows, and we get all these out here, and certainly, no question, different types, different breeds, and different purposes for them. But I think for each of those individual purposes, these individuals all do a very good job and surface to the top. And then within those, I think there's some that probably come up and just hit me a little harder, and for that industry, and which ones I think just they go a little further in. Very good set of goats. Very pleased with the breeding goat show. Excited to be here. Let's give all the kids one more big round of applause, and I'll select you a champion in reserve.
All right, your Supreme Breeding Champion is Blake Boschel. Give it up for him, folks. Your reserve champion is Elena Boschel. Make sure you give it up for her. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to start our first class of market at 11:30. First class of market at 11:30.
Well, as we switch gears and get into our market side of things, just a single entry here in our prospect class, but the young lady brings us a doe kid that I think could be very competitive, very good in terms of her look as she gets her propped up, dead level in terms of her top line and spine. Get your hands on her. She's powerful, and I really like the handling quality that she has. She's square, she's hard, she's big in terms of her loin. Think she does a nice job in terms of just having a high cutability look and having some muscle and some look. Very nice single entry. Let's give this young lady a big round of applause. Well, what a way to start a market goat show, and depth all the way through and a high-quality set of goats. This two on top, I think, jump out and hit you pretty hard. And differences, if you want to pick your poison, I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm going to talk them how I see them, and we're going to go from there. A young lady that starts with that kind of yellow-headed goat, just in terms of wit, dimension, body shape, muscularity, touch, handling quality, that's where he wins. No doubt about it. I think he's as good in terms of his chest, great in terms of the shape of that one's body coming out of his spine. You get your hands on him, he's crisp, he's hard, he's firm, he's bold, and that's the advantage he has in the goat in second. And that's not even to mention that one's still very functional in terms of his skeleton, still offers a neat look when you get him from the side. I'll be honest, the goat that comes in second, that's probably the one that hit me the hardest in the gate, and that is a cocky dude that is high neck, he's tall shouldered, he has a really wild look about him, great big legs, great presence to that guy. He's good in terms of his shape. He's square, he's hard, he progresses and gets biter and bolder down his top. As I get in and study that one more from all angles, so you get in front of him, you get to a 3/4, you get behind him, there's not as much of that one. I want to open him up in terms of his forerib and heart. I want to open him up in the middle part of his 13th rib, just give that one more mass and dimension to run with that one. And then at times he wants to be just a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, but a very, very good pair of in the lightweight class. Young man that's third, that's a good built one that is good in terms of his skeleton. I like the length of body and levelness that goat has. I think he motors around. He's another one stout and has a nice eye appeal to him. He's firm and he's very fresh to the touch. Like that about him compared to those two ahead, though. He doesn't grab my attention, not near the mass up high, and just like to open him up in the middle part of his body. Young man that is going to come forth. Goat has a really neat presence to him. He's very hard and expressive to the touch, like those things. He, as I get in and study him a little more, he's not as bold, he's not as big, there's not as much muscularity there. Then he probably wants to get a little piecier in terms of his build. You can see he deviates in his spine, maybe like to make him a little bigger hip. We'll talk about the one in fifth, just a good solid meat and potatoes kind of goat. Goat has some body shape, has some wit. As we study him and compare him, I like his length of body. I just don't think he has quite the same kind of look and quality of those that go out ahead of him. Like to maybe just make his hind leg a little different. Really good class on down the line. Really good set of kids. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Here's your results for Class 110-1 lightweight. In 10th place, we have Misty Warner. 9th place, we have Liam Engelman. 8th place is Zimmery Weber. Is Wyatt Dudley. 6th place is Mesa Arnold. 5th place is Lexi Vara. 4th place is Cade Elcott. 3rd place is Gage Gardner. 2nd place is Addison Hudson. And 1st place in your Class 110-1 lightweight is Brooke Limbrick.
Sorry about the confusion there, but another good set of goats, and young man, I think wins the class and wins so pretty handily for me. One that catches your attention and is very high quality as he hits the gate. Goat that just eye appealing. You get your hands on him. That goat is fresh. He's big in terms of his rack. He's really big in the center part of his body. I like the handling quality he has to him. Has a really neat look. Getting critical of him, is he perfect in terms of his hip loin junction? No, but one this weight and maturity, I'm not expecting him to be perfectly full and flat. Where I probably want to fix him as much as any is just as he goes on the move, he's not perfect out of his hip and hock. He's certainly flexible and certainly sound. He just is a little awkward in the way he uses it. I wish he just pushed and planted with just a notch more authority, and then I think if we do that, he probably flexes down with even more shape and dimension there through his center and lower thigh and leg. But that's a very nice goat. My compliments to him. Young lady, it's going to be second. Just a good meat and potatoes goat. He's stout at the ground. That goat is good in terms of his muscle. He's compared to the rest of them, he's the boldest and biggest in terms of his rack. I like how he transitions back into his loin. Good there. And when getting propped up, I think he still balances. Now, is he as neat looking? No. He's probably just a little plainer in terms of the way his shoulder. He's maybe a little quicker in terms of his joints. I want to sharpen that guy up and probably just firm him up ever so slightly in terms of his touch, but a nice one to be second. Young lady coming next in the pair of yellow-headed goats that I think offer some similarities and probably a few differences. The goat we've got in third, he's just more crisp to the touch. I just prefer him in terms of firmness and just shape. I think he's more expressive in terms of his muscle shape. I think there's just a little more to that guy. You get right over top of him. Compared to those two, is he as wild looking or does he hit you as hard? No. Probably like to smooth him up ever so slightly. That's a nice goat. Young man coming next has got one very good in terms of his length of spine, length of body. He's a neat looking one who's good in terms of his build. He's sound in terms of his structure. He's got some shape and some pop. I just wish there was more of that guy. You study from this three-quarter view, he's a little flatter in terms of his heart and forehead. I want to open him up there, make him bigger in terms of his pin set and give him more shape from behind. Young lady that rounds out her top five, just a good solid meat and potatoes goat. He probably excels the goat right in front of him in terms of shape to the middle part of his body. He's good in terms of his forehead shape. We handle him. He's not as crisp and not as neat to the touch. And when we get off to the side, he just gets a little plainer for me. I'd like to just make him a notch sharper and neater in terms of run uphill and a little cooler in terms of his front end. On down the line, we've got a good set of goats. It's good in terms of functional feet and legs. Just like to freshen them up, maybe give them a notch more shape and expression. Really good class. Let's give them all a big hand.
Here's your results for Class 110-2 lightweight. In ninth place, we have Emily Martinez. Eighth place is Adriel Hernandez. Seventh place is Lane Kritzer. Sixth place is Cameron Smith. Fifth place is Kendra Burns. Fourth place is Oliver Park. Third place is Bailey Park. Second place is Tierney Hickey. And first place in your Class 110-2 lightweight is Alan Raff. Give it up for all them folks. Coming in right now, we got Class 110-3. Our judge for this event is Tyler Bowles. Tyler grew up in Asher, Oklahoma on a club, lamb, and show goat operation. His brother and him were heavily involved in raising show sheep, goats, and swine through 4-H and FFA. After graduating high school, he attended Redlands Community College and then Oklahoma State University, where he received a degree in animal science and agricultural education. While in college, he was a member of 2 highly competitive livestock judging teams and a junior college All-American. Following college, he worked with some of the most progressive show goat producers and exhibitors across the country. Currently, his wife and him both own a family-operated business, Bowles Marketing Company and GearOrders.com, an agricultural-based marketing firm focused on promoting livestock producers of all species. They also spend a lot of time traveling the country, operating their live streaming and bidding services for CCI Live. If you see Tyler, make sure you thank him for coming out here. He puts a lot of time and effort in helping everybody here. Make sure you thank all the volunteers and help that are around here too. They put a lot of time and effort to make this thing go around. We could not do it without them. We also couldn't do it without all of our sponsors. So if you see any of them, make sure you thank them and go use their businesses.
Well, a really nice class here, and I apologize it took a little extra time, but just some differences in some things that I think you can mix and match them, and I'm not going to argue with you, but I wanted to make sure I had them right and saw the things and where to land in my mind. And I think a very good set, very deep all the way down. This top end, I think, gets extremely close and just kind of where you want to lay your priorities. Young lady that we start with, that one is my favorite one in terms of touch and tone and just shape and expression of muscle. I think that goat, when we get him on the move, he's wanting to fight the lead, and he's not perfect in terms of just the way he's built up front, but I think in terms of movement and getting out and flexing and reaching, he's my favorite one. I think he remains the most athletic. I think he's as wide and square. We get him propped up. I like the way he comes together and everything kind of matches. I want to fix him. He's a little plainer in terms of his shoulder. He gets a little deeper in terms of his chest. I want to fix that about him. Probably maybe getting real critical too of his handle. I like to maybe just bring the edge of his loin up there at his hip bone junction ever so slightly. Young man in second, that's a good built one. It's high quality and kind of keeps growing on you. He very good in terms of presentation, has a really neat look from the side. Goat's deceiving when you get your hands on him. He's one of the three most powerful goats in the class. He's bold and fresh to the handle. I think his center body is really good. His loin edge is good. I like those things about him. Compared to the goat that goes out, probably not as dimensional and quite as neat. Biggest thing when we turn him loose and watch him go right away, that guy is functional on his feet and legs. I need to make him bigger in terms of his pin set. I sure need to make him wider at the ground as he goes away. I want to just bust him apart there. Young lady that's going to be third, doing a really good job with that guy, and I know he's wanting to act up a little bit, but she's got him stuck the whole time. That goat, in terms of the way you want to draw one up, long-bodied, dead level in his top, runs uphill, really neat in terms of his shoulder. Like those things about him a great deal. He's good in terms of his flexibility and his movement. I think he handles his quality of body as good as any. Compared to those two ahead of him, I want to make him wider and bolder. A little plainer in terms of his pin set, shape through the lower part of his leg. Need to open him up and just give more mass up high, and then I think he might be able to make a run. Young man that comes next has got another one that's very good in terms of his handling quality. When we get that goat set, I think he's dead level in terms of his top line. His shape and expression's very good. I like his levelness at top. As we put him into motion or study him if he's wanting to fight a little bit, he's probably a little piecier for me. He wants to kind of get awkward in terms of his shoulder. He wants to get awkward in the way he pushes and plants and doesn't just drive with authority off his rear leg. Like to square him up from behind as well. Young lady that rounds out our top five, huge feet and legs. Big stouty. I like that goat. He's great in terms of the body shape he has. He comes out of his spine with a huge curve, huge rack, huge loin. Big fan of all that. As we set him into motion or then we study him, he planes up for me too much compared to those goats that go out ahead. I need to just sharpen him up in terms of his look up front, like to shallow him up. I just don't think he looks quite as athletic as he goes as those that go out ahead, but nice job with him. On down the line, I think we've got a really good set of functional goats that have some expression, maybe not quite as much just dimension to them to maybe freshen them up. Really good class. Let's give them a big hand.
Here's your results for Class 110-3 lightweight. 9th place is Anita Little. 8th place is Libby Tharp. 7th place is Hazen Weber. 6th place is Elijah Culp. 5th place is Elena Bochelle. 4th place is Treston Herrick. 3rd place is Kinley Shrivogel. 2nd place is Cade Elcott. And 1st place in your Class 110-3 lightweight is Bentley Hickey. Congratulations, everybody. We're going to do a drive of all the lightweight, correct? In the show pin right now is your first and second place from each class in the lightweight. Currently in the show pin, we have Bentley Hickey, Cade Elcott, Alan Raff, Tierney Hickey, Brooke Lambrick, and Addison Hodgins.
Well, let's give our lightweight exhibitors a big round of applause. Certainly a good set, and I'm very pleased with them as they get out here. And in those classes we talked, I thought they were very tough, and we'll just go through each one of them very briefly. Young lady out of the first class, that goat, I think still maybe his better days are ahead of him. That's just a good livestock kind of animal in terms of his base width, his body shape, his muscle, and his texture. His handling quality is very, very good. And then I think a goat that still is very good and functional when we ask him to move and get out on the lead, still balances. As I step back and compare, is he as wild looking or maybe sharp in a couple of places as some goats we've got out here? Probably not. He's probably not quite as neat in terms of the way his body lays into his shoulder lays into his body. Maybe not as shallow or maybe just perfect in terms of his underlying balance. That's a very good goat. Very tough class there. A young man out of that second class, one that just in terms of presence, I think has to hit you awfully hard. Goat, whether he's on the move or just stuck. He's good in terms of his height, his shoulder. He's dead level in terms of his top. Has a really neat look to him. I think he's very parallel in his lines. You get your hands on him. Is he the most powerful? No, but I think in terms of squareness of edges and rack shape, big in terms of his loin, and just good in terms of the center part of his body. Really nice goat. We talked about in class, is he perfect down of his hip and hock? Probably not. Certainly functional and more than sound enough. I'd like to just maybe change the way he pushes and plants and give him just a notch more authority, but a very good goat there. And then to go down to the last class we just talked about, shape and expression of muscle is very, very good. I like that goat in that aspect. He's very hard to the touch. He's very lean. I think he's a high cut ability. Good in terms of his body shape. As we talked we get him from the side view. I don't think he's maybe the coolest looking one, but I think everything kind of fits and matches. Like to maybe just clean him up in terms of his shoulder and the base of his chest ever so slightly. That's a very, very good set and very challenging decision. I'm going to take one more look and select you a champion in reserve one more time. Let's give our lightweights a big round of applause.
Here's your reserve and grand champion in the lightweight division. Your reserve champion is Brooklyn Lambrick. And your grand champion is Alan Raff. Get it up for them, folks. Once again, make sure you check out Flying M Photography. They're doing all of our photos today. All of your downloads are free if you go to flyingmphotography.com. They are free because they're sponsored by Chevron. So make sure you go to the Flying M Photography booth, and right across from there, there's a poster that we ask all the exhibitors to sign from Flying M Photography to Chevron. So make sure you go check that out, please and thank you. We've also got the pop stand over here to the east side of the show pin. You can get snacks and lunch and breakfast, anything you need over there. Also make sure anybody that's going above and beyond, any exhibitors that are going above and beyond, you can go to the fair office and nominate them for the Farm Bureau of Colorado First Annual Integrity Award. The top 5 nominees will receive a nomination ribbon, and the first place nominee a buckle custom traveling trophy and a cash prize in the amount of $500.
Well, I apologize. I know it took me a while on this set, but to be honest, these are hard for me to put together. They're all nice and they're all high quality in their own right, but there's just some differences, no doubt, and then just some issues in just trying to weigh everything out and where I want to land. Young lady, we're going to start with that goat probably hits me the most favorably in terms of build, look, quality, and then shape and expression of muscle. I think that goat, that's where he goes ahead and excels. I think he's the best in terms of his build when we get him propped up. I think he's athletic as he goes on the move. Now, is he the stoutest or biggest muscled one? Absolutely not. But his shape and expression is very good, and you study him underneath, he's still got some width. I think, if anything, maybe just a little more cover and smoothness, I think, helps make a better case for him even more so. But that's the one that's my favorite of the set. Young lady coming second's got one, no question. That one's stout. He's big-footed. He's heavy-structured. He's big in terms of his pin set. He's got a lot of shape through his leg. Goat has a big loin edge in him. I like those things about him. You really start studying that guy, and he just gets a little more problematic. He's a little quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. You start studying up front. I think he's just a little funky in the way his shoulder and knee comes together. You get to this view right here, and he's big and big up high. I don't think he's quite as good in terms of the lower part of his forerib. You get back over his loin edge, he's a little rounder. Just like to make that guy up and out just a little more, make him a little just neater and sharper in terms of his look. Young lady with the white goat, that guy kept moving up, and just in terms of build and quality, I think he keeps my eye. He moves as good as any in the class. I like his structure. I like his look from the side. You get on top of him, just not near as much of that guy compared to the two that go right ahead. He's not as big in his chest or forerib. I want to just open him up high and just give him more shape and bulk, but a nice job getting him stuck. Young ladies, cape-shouldered weathers, not wanting to cooperate, but in terms of touch and feel and smoothness of handle, that guy may be the best one. He's huge in terms of his rack. He's giant in terms of his loin. I like those things about that goat a great deal. He's not wanting to cooperate, and I don't know if that's helping the case. I just got to change that guy in terms of movement and the way he's built. He's shorter and more jammed up. I want to extend him, and then as he gets on the move, he wants to get awkward, roll forward in his shoulder. He doesn't want to flex and push and drive off his hock. I just need to stretch him out and loosen that guy up. Young man that comes fifth, probably just in terms of meat and potatoes kind of goat. That goat's good in terms of his skeleton. He's loose structured. He's got some muscle. He's got some shape to his rib. As I step back and study him, though, I just need to sharpen him up and just make him look more athletic. He gets plainer. He gets sloppier. I want to tighten him up in terms of his touch and tone of muscle. I want to pick him up and just make him a little shallower there in terms of his lower body. But that's a nice, solid one there. On down the line, I think we've got some goats that have some touch, have some cutability, maybe just not quite as stout, maybe not catch your eye as much. Really good class. Let's give kiddos a big hand.
Here's your results for class 115-1 light medium weight. 11th place is Alexis York. 10th place is Kylie Martinez. 9th place is Azel Hernandez. 8th place is Maria Patterson. 7th place is Casey Patterson. 6th place is Autumn Gunderson. 5th place is Eston Foley. 4th place is Mesa Arnold. 3rd place is Zalia Weber. 2nd place is Mason Hodgsons. And 1st place in class 115-1 light medium weight is Isabel Waters. Give it up for them, folks. Once again, we'd like to thank y'all for coming out. Make sure if you see any of our sponsors or the volunteers, you thank them. They put a lot of work into making this happen, and would not be possible without them.
Another nice class here. And I think this one probably is a little easier for me to get sorted and get them lined up, at least in my mind. For me, the biggest decisions up here on top, and we'll talk about each one of them. Young ladies, goat we start with, think very good in terms of his presence as he hits the gate. He's good in terms of his stoutness. He's good in terms of his length of body and his build. I think he's certainly more than sound enough and has an athletic look on the side, where I think he certainly edges out the goat that we've got in second that last time, just in terms of crispness of loin and bigness and boldness there at his hip loin junction, and he's 13th. There's just more to that guy. Is he perfect? No. At times he wants to maybe look just a little awkward in terms of his lower shoulder and maybe not just chiseled out way as neat in terms of his chest floor as the goat in second. That's a nice goat there. Young lady's fighting with the goat in second, and certainly she's hustling through it as good as she can. I think this goat catches my attention on the move as much as any of them, just in terms of neat look and athleticism and getting and going. Big fan of that one in terms of his length of body. Also, you get your hands on him, and he's got some dimension. Probably not as cool in his shape, and I just don't think he's quite as full and big and fresh as the goat that goes out right ahead of him. I wish he'd just cooperate a little more, and I think that pair gets really, really fun. It's a good one to go second. Young lady coming third's got one that kind of fits the type and kind of those two. He's probably the hardest of those top three, honestly, in terms of just expression there right behind his rack. He's good and gets progressively wider in terms of his loin. He's another one that's long and extended. Compared to those two that go out ahead of him, I don't like the way he uses his hip and hock near as much. He just wants to get kind of awkward and get kind of wide and kind of floppy with it. He is probably a little shallower in terms of his chest. I don't think there's as much to him as you get over the top of him in terms of forerib and just dimension in his heart, but that's a nice goat in third. Young man coming next, another one that's very good in terms of his handling quality. He's done a nice job getting that goat toned up and his touch really, really good. I think as he gets him stuck, he has a nice look. On the move, I want to change him. Another one that I just need to make him wider and bigger in terms of his pin set. I want to change the way he uses his hock as he goes right away from me. Young lady coming next, got another goat that's really good in terms of his shape and expression of muscle. I like those things, very good. He's probably even on the rawer side. Honestly, we could probably add a little more condition and smooth him up just a little bit. I think he balances and everything fits and matches compared to those that are ahead of him. I want to sharpen him up. He's plainer in terms of his shoulder. He's a little deeper in terms of his chine to chest. Probably doesn't come just as neat in terms of his overall look and appearance. That's a nice goat to be fifth. Goats that remain very good in terms of just muscularity. That one that comes next, really shapely, probably not quite as neat, and probably not quite as fresh. Really good class. Let's give him a big hand.
Here's your results for Class 115-2 light medium weight. In 8th place, we have Dally Peterson. 7th place, we have Ryan Loya. 6th place is Cadence Funk. 5th place is Isabella Waters. 4th place is Treston Herrick. 3rd place is Kathleen Gardner. 2nd place is Peyton Hodgsons. And 1st place in Class 115-2 light medium weight is Adley True. Congratulations, everybody.
Another nice class, and one that honestly down the line I think offers some challenge to kind of get lined up. But I think the young ladies goat wins the class pretty handily for me. I prefer him on the move in terms of his presence and look and quality. I think he's got plenty of muscle. Is he the widest or boldest or just the shapeliest? Maybe not, but I think just in terms of hard to pick a hole in, the most fault free, that has as good a look and moves as good as any, he's certainly a comfortable place to start. Young lady that's going to be second, goat grew on me as we go, and you handle him. He's very fresh to the touch. He spans wide over his rack and over his loin. I think when we set him into motion, he probably hits me the second best in terms of quality of movement. As he stands and probably wants to get a little tired, he wants to get it just a little funky in terms of his spine. He's not built or sharp as that goat that goes out right ahead of him, but a nice goat, just kind of a meat and potatoes guy there. Young lady that's going to be third, that goat kept moving up, and in terms of shape, expression, of muscle, he's probably as good as any of them. He's definitely hard to the touch. He's very trim and expressive. I like those things about him. You get off to the side of him when he comes together. I think he offers you some levelness. We put him into motion though; he just gets too awkward off of both ends. But I like his length of body, like his handling quality. Young lady coming next, doing a nice job with the yellow-headed weather. This one's up and out and really long and extended. I like the length of spine he has. We compare him to those that go out right ahead of him. I just got to have more of him. He's a little narrower in his chest, flatter in terms of his forerib and middle body. Just need to open him up and shape him up, and then I think he could make a move. Young man that rounds out the class, super stout, huge, big in terms of his feet and legs, huge in terms of the shape of that guy's body. He's got a lot of muscle to him. We get him on the move. He just becomes a little more problematic. I want to lengthen him out in his lengthen him out in his cannon, just make him more up and out, just give you a little more in terms of balance and sharpness of look. That's a nice big stouty there. On down the line, I think we've got a nice set of goats that are functional. They have some muscle, have some touch, maybe not as neat in terms of their look, maybe not as just fresh to the handle. Really nice class. Let's give all the kiddos a big hand.
Entering the ring now, we have Isabel Walters, Mason Hodgins, Audrey True, Peyton Hodgins, Tierney Hickey, and Anahi Chavez.
Well, here in our second division drive, let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause. We get these three goats out, and I'm very pleased with them and those on the decline to just in terms of quality. Certainly differences in terms of type and kind, and I know we talked. It probably took me a little longer in some of those classes, but just sorting through them and trying to decide who has the most good and the least amount of bad. I just wanted to make sure I was comfortable, and we get them out here, and I am. Is there a perfect one? No, but I think they're all high quality. The one out of the first class, good in terms of just his shape and expression of muscle is awesome. I think that's a very youthful looking goat that has a really neat look. He's good in terms of his flexibility. I think when he gets propped up, he has a neat look about him. I like his extra length of body. If anything, that guy's probably on the raw side. I think probably a few more days on feed and some cover, he just gets smoother and just gets bolder and bolder. Goat that was second to him, certainly different in terms of his speed. Huge feet, huge legs, real stouty, big in terms of the center part of his body. We talked about him just being a little more awkward in terms of his built. Probably like to extend him out ever so slightly. We go down to the second class, one that just good livestock on the move. He's one that has a quality look to him. He gets around and goes. I think that goat in terms of length of body, but still handling his skeleton and his spine does a very good job. He's deceptive. You get on top of him. He's as big in terms of his 13th rib. He's as good in terms of the dimension he has to his rack as any of them out here. I like the look he has, getting picky on him. I probably from a 3/4 view, I want to make him just a little bigger and bolder there in terms of his pin set. I think he could probably be just a little more shapelier there through the lower part of his leg, but that's getting awful picky of a nice one. The one that was second behind him, I think, fits in terms of type and kind, maybe even a little sharper and a little showier on the move, not wanting to cooperate, but just not quite the mass of that goat that wins the class. Young lady out of the third class we talked about, think that goat's just kind of a solid, good livestock, good on his feet and legs, has some look, has some muscularity to him. Is he as wild looking or just grab your attention as some of the rest of them out here? Probably not, but that's just a good, solid meat and potatoes goat. Goat that was second to him, another one, probably even a little bolder there right behind his shoulder. Think that goat's good in terms of the center part of his body. He probably gets a little rougher in terms of his spine, maybe not quite as neat, and just grabs you in terms of balance. That's a good set of them. I think it gets close, but I think there's a pretty good direction to go. I'm going to go out and select you a champion in reserve, but let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Here's your grand and reserve champion from the light medium. Your reserve champion is Peyton Hodgson. And your grand champion is Audrey True. Give it up for them, folks.
Another nice class. Tough one for me. I want to mix and match some of these attributes from each of these top five, but I think they're nice in their own right. Young man, we're going to start with you get your hands on that one, and that's my favorite one in terms of just shape and touch and expression. The goat is big and bold there right behind his shoulder. I think he's as good in terms of his handling quality as any goat in the class. As he relaxes and you get to study him, I think he's okay in terms of balance. He wants to kind of fight the lead, but I don't see any big hiccups or anything. Just wish that guy would cooperate, and then he probably runs away with it. Young man in second has got one that just a nice, good-built goat. He's probably my favorite in terms of his skeleton and the way he's put together. I like that goat's athleticism and flexibility as he gets out and travels. Goat that I think balances. He's probably just a little plainer in terms of his look. He's a little plainer in his shoulder and underneath. Like to maybe just tuck him up ever so slightly. When I get my hands on him, he's just not as fun to touch. He's a little plainer and more nondescript. I just don't see the same kind of pop as that guy, but good built one there. Young lady's doing a great job getting this one stuck, and you've got everything out of him you can. When you get him propped up, I really like his length of body. I like the levelness he has in his top line. I think you get all you can out of him in terms of handle and just shape and expression. When we set him into motion, he just planes up for me too much. He wants to carry a little more weight from his sheath forward. I'd like to just give him more pop and dimension there right behind, open him up in his loin edge ever so slightly. Big, stout, furry-legged one comes next, and that goat in terms of his center body, probably as good as any of them in the class. He opens up big at his 13th rib. He's got a big back in him. As we set him into motion or we study him and he wants to pull back, he gets a little piecier for me. He's not quite as good in terms of the build of his shoulder. He wants to get a little off there right behind his shoulder and his blade, wants to round out of his hip, but a goat that has a good deal of width and just overall dimension. Young lady that rounds out our top five, dead level in terms of his top line. That goat has some mobility to him. I like his tallness of shoulder and length and levelness down his top. You get on top of him, he's the narrowest and just flattest of those top five. Want to just open him up. On down the line, I think we've got a nice set of goats that have some cutability and some shape. Probably just not as much to them. Like to freshen them up a little bit. Really good class. Let's give those kiddos a big hand.
Here's your standings for Class 120-1 medium weight. In 11th place, we have Addison Tellez. 10th place is Maggie Kern. 9th place is Addison Tellez. 8th place is Emmett Park. 7th place is Ben Kern. 6th place is Lucas Hafner. 5th place is Alexis York. 4th place is Angel Pertel. 3rd place is Addison Hoosie. 2nd place is Cooper Oker. And 1st place in Class 120-1 medium weight is Connor Craven. Congratulations, everybody.
good class, and to me, they just kind of line up. And there's some discussion here and there, but it's going to be pretty hard for me in here to go ahead and beat the goat that wins. Just presence and just his presentation as he hits the ring. Goat gets around awfully good and has a neat look to him. I think he's good in his skeleton, good in his lines. You get your hands on him, he's fresh, he's hard. Is he the craziest in terms of his handle? Probably not, but I think that goat's certainly ample and good in terms of his muscularity, and then I think just the highest quality one. The goat in second probably most closely matches him, and there's some debate between second and third. I think the just the way the goat in second's put together just suits me a little better. I like his extra length of body. He just hits me as a little smoother in the way he transitions from his neck into his top line, and just on the move. I think he probably, though he's not perfect out of his hip and hind leg, I think he remains a little more athletic. He's shapely. He's just not as much of that guy that goes out right ahead of him. Not as big and good in terms of his loin edge. Not as good in terms of his pin set and shape through the bottom part of his leg. The goat in third handles awfully good. He's very fresh. He's very firm. He's got a really neat handling quality to him. Like those things about him. When the young lady gets him propped up, I think he comes together okay and offers you a neat look. When he wants to fight a little bit, or then when we set him into motion, he's a little piecier. He wants to get a little plainer in terms of the way he ties in right there behind his shoulder. He's a little different in terms of how his hip sets. He too could be a little bigger in terms of his pin set. Then when we set him into motion, he hinges and just seems the most awkward and drives with the least amount of authority out of his hip and out of his rear leg. Young man's white goat's one that just good livestock. That goat has some width. He's got some shape to his body. He's got some muscularity up high, and he's good in terms of square down his top. Not as much of that guy. And then when we get off to the side, I just like to stouten him up and maybe make him a little bolder. He just looks a little more fragile compared to those that go out ahead of him. That's a good goat there. Young lady coming next has got one that is stout and does have an advantage in terms of foot size and probably bone work. Goat that I think gets around okay as we compare him to those that go out ahead of him. He's plainer to the touch and doesn't hold himself together quite as good. Young lady coming next, that's a really fresh handling one. Big rack or big loin in that guy. I wish he was a little bolder in terms of his forerib. He's probably a little plainer. On down the line, I think we've got some goats that have some shape and have some muscularity, maybe not quite as in just as neat of a package. Really good class. Let's give all those kiddos a big hand.
Here are your results for Class 120-2 medium weight. In 9th place, we have Ben Kerr. 8th place is Megan Hopp. 7th place is Sebastian Chavez. 6th place is Libby Tharp. 5th place is Lexi Vara. 4th place is Ben Kerr. 3rd place is Anahi Chavez. 2nd place is Nate Fetzer. And 1st place in Class 120-2 medium weight is Bo Gardner. Congratulations, everybody. Give it up for them.
Another good class in the last class of the division, and I know it took me a while, and I apologize, but I think they're very close, and they're so different in terms of this top pair, and then we get into this 1 and 3rd and 4th and 5th. I just wanted to get everything mixed and matched and rolled around in my head, and is there a perfect one? No, but I think the one that I'm most comfortable with, and all the good versus least amount of bad, young lady, we're going to start with. When we get them propped up to the side, I think that's and on the move, I think that's where I prefer the goat that goes ahead and wins. I like his extra length of spine. I think he's a little neater in terms of his look, in terms of running uphill and having a little extra length of body, and being longer in terms of flank to flank. I think he looks a little shallower. He's very fresh to the touch. Is he as wild handling as the two behind him? Absolutely not, but I think that goat handles very appropriate. And then when we get him out and set him into motion, I think he's probably the most flexible. Young lady in second, goat kept growing on me and growing on me. You've got that thing dialed in terms of handle and freshness and pop and expression. Very good. When you get him propped, he runs uphill. He's leveling his top line. I like those things about him. He just doesn't match or balance or blend quite as good for me. He's a little bigger up high than he is down low. He wants to get a little deeper in terms of his body. Then when we set him into motion, he just doesn't want to push and plant and go off his rear two. I just wish I could fix him there, but that's a very good one to be second. Young lady coming next, another one. You've got him maxed out and big back, big loin, huge in terms of his handle up high. Like those things about him, maxed out in terms of presentation. Another goat that's very good in terms of the center part of his body. Of those top three, I thought he was the one that was the pieciest in terms of shorter and out of his hip, a little more jammed up in terms of just length of spine. I want to stretch him out and lengthen him out. He's probably of the top end too. He's probably the heaviest conditioned one. Young man coming next, big legs. I like the stretch that goat has. He's longer in terms of his spine. Goat has some dimension there over his loin. You compare him, we get him propped up. He wants to get a little awkward in terms of the way he holds his neck. Of those top end, he is the flattest in terms of his forerib and heart. He wants to narrow up in terms of his pins into his base. Just wish we could stretch him and get him to drive uphill and then give just a notch more to that one, but a nice goat. Young lady that's going to round out our top five, just a good solid goat. He's dead level in his top line. He's got a neat look to him. He's got some muscle. He's relatively fresh. He just doesn't take it to the same level those goats ahead of him. He gets a little flatter. He's narrow in terms of his pin set, not as much shape through the lower part of his leg. He's probably narrower in terms of his chest. On down the line, I think we've got a really good set of goats. Goats that have some muscle, have some look, maybe just a few more problems here and there, but a really good class. Let's give all those kiddos a big hand.
Here's your standings for class 120-3. In 13th place, you have Maggie Kern. Second place, you have Cooper Ocker. 11th place, you have Chloe Wilson. In 10th place, you have Sebastian Chavez. In 9th place, you have Angel Pertel. 8th place, you have Trayson Weagley. 7th place, you have Bailey Park. 6th place, you have Hazen Weber. 5th place, you have Cadence Funk. 4th place, you have Bo Gardner. 3rd place, you have Brooke Lambrecht. 2nd place, you have Jordan Haley. And 1st place in class 120-3 is Piper Joe Hickey. Congratulations, everybody. Coming into the ring now, we have Connor Craven, Cooper Ochter, Bo Gardner, Nate Fetzer, Piper Joe Hickey, and Jordan Haley.
we get here in our third division, and another really good set of goats. And I know it probably took me a little more time, and for separate reasons. We talked about in that first class, not one that just jumps out and grabs you, but a goat that has some muscle and shape and is good and square down his top. I think as he relaxes, you can see he kind of wants to show goat a little more. Not bad in terms of balance. Is he as wild looking or tricked down, as attractive on the move as a couple others? Probably not, but that's just a nice goat. Goat that was second behind him, just a meat and potatoes, real solid, real square, real good in terms of his just movement. Like to just stouten him up just ever so slightly. Think the goat out of that middle class, one that hits you hard in terms of presence, and he's got a big foot, and he's got a big set of running gear underneath him. With that, I think he moves awfully well and has a nice look. You get your hands on him. Is he the most blowed apart? No, but that goat is very, very good in terms of the shape of his top. He gets progressively wider. He's big over his loin. He's got the right kind of expression. I like that about him. Is he perfect? Maybe we could like to just maybe drop him down in terms of depth of twist. He's not just the great biggest out of his pin set, but that's getting awfully picky. The goat that was second to him, very similar in terms of type and kind, really long and extended, has a neat look to him. I think as flexible as he gets around and goes. There's not as much of that goat. You get right behind him, I want to make him bigger in terms of his pin set, and I especially want to make him just go wider at the ground. Go down to our last class here, one that just kind of a fault-free individual. I think that's where he got the edge in that class. Goat moves good and has a nice look to him. Is he wild looking? Could we make him neater in terms of the base of his shoulder and chest? Yes. Think that goat has muscle. Is he the wildest handling one? No, but that's just a nice goat that offers a lot of good. The one that was second to him, we talked about, just great in terms of his handling quality. He's hard as a rock. He's big racked. He's big loin. You can see the crease through his hip and there through the lower part of his leg. Young lady does an outstanding job getting that one driven. We talked about wanting to make him just a little neater in terms of his look, a little plainer in terms of the base of his shoulder, like to pick him up and make him a little shallower, and then just a little looser in terms of his movement off his rear too. That's a really good set of goats. I think it gets awfully close and going back and forth, but there's a pair of them that I think kind of surface for me and just offer the most good. I'll go out and select you a champion in reserve. Let's give all a big round of applause.
Your reserve champion for the medium weight goats is Piper Joe Hickey. And your grand champion in the medium weight goats is Bo Gardner. Give it up for them, folks.
Another good class, and I think some discussion and debate through 5, 6, 7, all the way down. And these three are the ones that I think hit me and offer the most quality. And there's certainly differences, and I'm not going to argue if a guy wanted to switch them around and those things. Just going to talk through what I see. The goat that we go ahead and start with, that goat I think combines the good things of the two goats standing directly behind him into one package the best. That goat is extremely hard and crisp and just ripped up in terms of muscle and shape and expression. Goat is good in terms of his boldness. Is he the widest one? No, but I think certainly wide enough. I think his touch and tone is as good as any. If anything, he's on the raw side. We get that guy into motion, and I think that's probably where I prefer him over the goats in second and third. He maintains the quality of his body better than the goat in second. He maintains his squareness and width better than the goat in third. That's super close call, but that's the one I'm the most comfortable landing on. Second and third, different and kind of similar in terms of their look, but differences in why I like them. The goat in second, that goat is big backed. He's fresh. He spans huge in terms of his 13th rib. He's big in terms of his hip line junction. Like those things, young man's doing a nice job getting that one propped up and getting everything he can out of him. When we set that one into motions where he comes piecier for me, he's just more uncoordinated in the way he moves up front, a little funky in terms of his shoulder, wants to round out of his hip. I wish he just pushed and planted with more authority out of his hop. Young lady that's got the white goat that comes next, from the side, I'm a big fan of that one. I like his extra length of body. I like his tallness of shoulder. That goat gets out and is flexible on the move, like those things. He's got some muscle, he's got some shape, just not near as much as those two that go out right ahead of him. You get right behind him, he almost wants to cross from behind, want to open him up in terms of his pin set, just want to make him bolder and bigger all the way through. That's a nice goat. Young man coming next has got one that skin and hide and presentation is very, very good on. Goat is good in terms of his build. He's good in terms of his looseness of structure. I like his length of body. I like his levelness of top. His bottom line matches. That goat has a neat look to him and is really good on the move. As I get on top of that guy or study him from the side, I just wish there was more of him. He's flatter and plainer. I need to make him more athletic in terms of his look, make him more athletic in terms of his handle. Young lady's paint goat that comes next is one that just kind of kept growing on me. He's got a nice shape to his rack. He's good in terms of his loin. I like the shape through his hip. It's probably not as extreme as those three that go out first, second, and third. I want to tweak him ever so slightly. He's a little rounder out of his hip. He's a little straighter up front. I just don't think he blends as smooth as those goats out ahead, but that's a nice job with him. On down the line, we've got a lot of goats that have some muscle, have some shape, maybe like to just smooth them up, make them a little neater in terms of their build. Really nice set all the way down. Let's give him a big hand.
Here's your results from Class 125-1 medium heavyweight. In 11th place, we have Oliver Park. 10th place, we have Emmett Park. 9th place, we have Kinsley Foster. 8th place, we have Caitlin Schaefer. 7th place, we have Isabella Waters. 6th place, we have Jesse Hoffman. 5th place, we have Cameron Hodgsons. 4th place, we have Sutton Hill. 3rd place is Kathleen Gardner. 2nd place is Treston Herrick. And your winner of Class 125-1 medium heavyweight is Harper Fabricius. Congratulations.
a nice class, and with that, I think the goat that wins does so and does so pretty quick. As he hits the ring, he's just got a wild presence to him, kind of that it factor that just grabs your attention. Yeah, he's got big feet and big legs, but he's very good in terms of his flexibility and his skeleton. I think goat that offers a really neat look. At times he wants to act just a little awkward. I don't know if he's uncomfortable or what, but I think if we get him driving straight and rolling, no telling how wild this thing can look. You get your hands on him, he's very fresh to the touch, big, opened up, really good. Is he the longest bodied or is he perfectly level down his top? No, but that goat is good in terms of flexibility. He's good in terms of his body shape. I think a nice one to go ahead and start, and anxious to see him back. Young lady's a paint goat, one that is very good, and I think in terms of the rest of the class, no doubt the best handling and most just shapely and expressive goat we've got. I like his length and levelness down his top. I think he has a nice look to him. He's got some stoutness, no doubt fresher and bolder. He just can't match with the class, that one that goes out right ahead of him. Plainer in his shoulder, deeper from his chine to his chest. Just need to give him a notch more just shape and expression from behind, but that's a nice goat to be second. Young man's goat that next, really long, really extended, has a nice look to him. Goat has some shape and is expressive and square down his top. Just wish there was more of him. Of those top three, he's by some margin the narrower chested one, flatter pinned one. Need to open him up. Young lady's doing a nice job with the goat that comes next. Another one that's good in terms of his lines. I think he's good in terms of flexibility. Not near as much of that guy. Young lady's white goat, another one, or a really good build, runs uphill, has some expression and some shape. I just wish there was more of that guy. The two that round out the class, nice goats, functional, got some body, got some dimension. Probably not as neat in terms of their look. Really nice class. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Here's your results for Class 125-2 medium heavyweight. In 7th place, we have Parker Allen. 6th place, we have Riley Mann. 5th place, we have Zemery Weber. 4th place, we have Cameron DeJagger. 3rd place, we have Riley Mann. 2nd place, we have Cameron DeJagger. And 1st place, we have Addison Hodgins. Just a reminder, we got Flying M Photography taking pictures around the fair all week this week. If you'd like to get your pictures, go to flyingmphotography.com. All the pictures are free for download, sponsored by Chevron. Make sure you folks thank the folks at Chevron. We ask all the exhibitors to go over across the way from the Flying M Photography booth and sign thank you cards along with a poster that's sitting over there. So if you get the chance, please head over there and make sure you thank Flying M Photography and Chevron.
Another nice class, and as we round down to this division, I think the goats 3-4 on top are nice. The young man's their goat that we go ahead and start with. I think he's the most comfortable I'm with, no doubt. I think he wins and pretty easily for me. He's not perfect, and we'll talk about that. But in terms of freshness and touch and body shape and having the right kind of muscularity, I think he excels, no doubt. He get him propped up, and I think he has a nice look. I like his length of top line. I think his bottom line matches and his parallel. Young man's done a nice job getting him toned up and fit on. And we talked about him not being perfect. There's times we set that guy into motion, and I think he's probably a little straighter and just a little more rigid off of both ends of his skeleton. I wish we could just probably lay him back and relax him just a little bit, and then I think he balances and everything looks good. I'd like to maybe just shallow him up ever so slightly and tuck him up there in his lower third, but that's a nice goat. Young man's goat that comes second, I think probably matches him in terms of type and kind and look as much as any that comes next. And with that, I think good in terms of his shape. I like his expression of muscle. Not as much of that guy. I think he's a little flatter and just a little tighter in his heart. Not as much. You get right behind him. The guy's a little different and awkward out of his hip and hock and hind leg. Wants to get a little soft in terms of his pasturing. Like to just open him up to make a play on that one. The goat that comes in third, in terms of from his hip forward, he's as fun to handle and neat to the touch as any of them. Really square, really hard, really crisp. Great in terms of his transition from his 13th rib into his loin and then back into his hip. I think he's got a neat look when she gets him propped up. on the move, and they're directly behind where I need to fix him the most. He gives up too much in terms of pin set, width, and shape through the lower part of his leg. He wants to get too uncoordinated as he goes and moves out of his hip and hop. Young man's a white goat that comes next. Stouter legged. I like the flexibility he has. He probably moves a little better than the two goats that go out right ahead of him. I appreciate that. He's got some expression. There's not as much of that guy, especially there right behind his shoulder. He gets tighter and harder in terms of his heart and forerib. Want to open him up and just maybe sharp, just shaping him up ever so slightly. Young man's goat that rounds out our top five is just one that kind of kept growing on me. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's good in terms of his skeleton. I think he's got a nice look. He's got some muscle. His shape and just dimensions not as good as those that go out right ahead of him. He wants to get a little plainer too. Really nice set all the way down. Let's give all the kiddos a big round of applause.
All right, here's your results for Class 125-3. Azel Hernandez in 11th place. 10th place is Tessa Goodvin. 9th place is Megan Hopp. 8th place is Wyatt Dudley. 7th place is Alexis Villia. 6th place is Cadence Funk. 5th place is Easton Loveland. 4th place is Lucas Hafner. 3rd place is Kinley Shrivogel. 2nd place is Nate Fetzer. And 1st place in your Class 125-3 medium heavyweight is Blake Bochelle. Coming into the arena, we got Harper Fabricius, Tristan Herrick, Addison Hodgson, Cameron DeJagger, Blake Bochelle, and Nate Fetzer.
We round out another division. I think another nice set of goats. And, you know, honestly, maybe that first class we had to sort on a little harder, but I think they line up and come together pretty well, at least in my mind. The one out of that first class talked about just hard in shape and very athletic in terms of his look, very athletic as he gets around the ring. Touch and tone is awesome. We compare him maybe to some others out here. Is he as bold and opened up and big and just gnarly? Probably not, but nice goat that has a neat look. One out of that middle class, one we talked about as he hits the gate, kind of just to command your attention. And he's got it kind of an air about him. Big feet, big legs, really comfortable as he goes and on the move, and certainly attractive and draws your attention. You get your hands on him. He's fresh. He's full. He's big over his rack and big over his loin. You know, at times, is he the longest bodied one? Maybe not. And is he perfectly just square and huge out of his pin set? No, but I think that's certainly getting awfully picky of a very nice goat. And then the goat that comes out of our last class, one we talked about winning that class fairly handily. Also, shape and expression is awesome. Goat that maintains some look and levelness in terms of his top line and parallel. Goat that, just in terms of shape and expression, I like a great deal. We talked about on the move. I think he has a neat look on the move. I want to fix him in terms of his skeleton ever so slightly. He's a little more upright in terms of his shoulder and knee. He doesn't push and plant and is loose out of his hip and hock. But that's a nice trio of goats here. As we step back and look, I think I'm very comfortable with the direction we're going to go. I'll go out and select you a champion in reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In our medium heavyweight division, your reserve champion is Blake Bochelle, and your grand champion is Addison Hodgson. Last call, Ryan Martinez, the show ring. Brian Martinez, the show ring. Last call, Brian Martinez.
really good way to start our heavyweight division, and think very high quality all the way through, and I think a pair, and then I'll be honest, the goat that goes ahead and wins, he does so pretty easily for me. Good livestock, good in terms of his skeleton, has a really neat presence as he comes in, big running gear underneath him. I like the way he's built. Good in terms of muscularity. Is he just like the most ripped up one we've handled all day? Probably not, but that's a good goat. Big muscles, everything's kind of right. Hard to pick a hole in that guy. A young man that's going to be second, maybe even a little taller in terms of his shoulder, and maybe a little sharper in terms of his look at times. I like those things about him. That goat is big and fresh and huge over his rack, and I like his progression there through his loin. I think he balances in terms of top line, bottom line's very good. He probably just looks a little awkward in terms of maybe not as stout at the ground, and just doesn't grab your attention like that goat goes ahead and wins. But that's a good goat there in second. Young lady that's going to be next, that goat kept growing on me, and he handles hard and is shapely and is expressive. She does a nice job getting him running uphill and having a nice look to him. You compare him to those two that go out ahead, though, not near as much goat there. A little narrower in her spin set, more shape through his leg I'd like to see. And then when we set him into motion, I'd like to just maybe make him a little different out of his hip and hock. Young lady's a white-headed goat that comes next, stout at the ground, really neat in terms of his look. I like his basic build. Just got to have more of that guy. He's a little narrower chested, a little narrower pinned. Need to open him up and just give him more gas all the way through. Young lady's a goat that rounds out the class. From his hip forward is big and bold in terms of his forerib shape, middle body. I like the muscularity he has. Gets a little narrower there. Doesn't hold himself quite together quite as well. Like to just sharpen him up. On down the line, I think a really good set of goats. That goat in sixth is really hard to the touch. I like the hip shape he has. He just gets a little plainer for me. On down, I think goats that have some cutability and some shape, maybe just not as much of those guys, but a really good class. Let's give them a big hand.
Here's your standings for Class 130-1 heavyweight. 12th place is Cameron Smith. 11th place is Brian Martinez. 10th place is Gabriella Davis. 9th place is Caitlin Schaefer. 8th place is Emma Davis. 7th place is Logan Hafner. 6th place is Elizabeth Elliott. 5th place is Elizabeth Elliott. 4th place is Zemery Weber. 3rd place is Brooke Morgan. 2nd place is Dominic Maldonado. And 1st place in your Class 130-1 heavyweight is Dylan Stone.
Yes, sir. Another good class here, and with that, I think the young man's weather wins pretty easily, and he's eye-catching, standing still. I'm a big fan of this guy. He comes together. He props up really nice. He's hard as a rock, as good as you want to in terms of petting on him. Great in terms of his loin edge. His rack is awesome. I think he has a neat look to him. He's got a presence about him. When we get him on the move, I think he's certainly good enough to go ahead and win. I want to fix that guy. He's a little funky out of his shoulder and knee, but especially the way he uses his hip and hock is a little awkward, being 100% honest, but that's a good goat, and that's getting pretty picky of one that wins for fun. Young lady that's going to be second and third, I think there's some give and take and some trade-off. The goat in second's just built better for me. I think he's smoother in the way he transitions from his shoulder into his top line and then level around of his hip. I like his stoutness. I think he looks more attractive on the move. He's got some dimension and boldness. He's not as shapely and expressive as the goats on either side of him. And where I want to change him, I want to make him bolder and bigger in terms of his forerib. I want to make him bigger in terms of his pin set, just to give that guy more shape throughout. Young lady that comes third, big legs, and that goat is a little creasier. I like his shape and expression better than the goat in second. I like his length of body. When we set him into motion or just study him, he's not as good in terms of his build as the goats on either side or that go out ahead of him. I want to make him neater and just smoother and more attractive up through his front end. I want to bring his top line together just a little better, just make him a little sharper in terms of his look. Young man's doing a nice job with the goat that comes next, and that goat handles with some shape and some expression. I like that. He's big and full there through his loin edge. He's a little wedgier in terms of his pin, plainer through the shape of his through his leg. He gets a little deeper and plainer in his shoulder, and then in his underline. I like to just make him a little neater and geekier in terms of his look. The red goat coming next is a little neater, and I like his length. I like his look. I think that goat has some quality. He just runs out of gas compared to those, but he's got some shape and expression of muscle. Just want to open him up throughout. On down the line, I think a nice set of goats that offer some good. They're good in terms of their skeleton. They've got some depth. Maybe just like to freshen them up a little bit, but a nice class. Let's give them all a big hand.
Here's your results for class 130-2. In 10th place, you have Cameron Smith. 9th place, you have Adeline Kaminsky. 8th place, you have Kinsley Foster. 7th place, we have Kelsey Davis. 6th place is Seeley Tharp. 5th place is Logan Hafner. 4th place is Jesse Hoffman. 3rd place is Cameron DeJagger. 2nd place is Quincy McCoy, and 1st place is Blake Bochelle.
Well, as we round out our heavyweight division in terms of classes, good set of goats and all the way down, and you never know what you're going to get, but I'm thoroughly impressed, and the young people have done a good job keeping these things primed up and legged up, and a nice set of goats. A young lady's goat we start with just hits me with the most quality presence as he hits the ring. I think he has a neat look to him. You get your hands on him, he's fresh, he's full, he's big. He just is rock hard? Some no, but I think he's still appropriate and not too far gone in terms of condition. Big thing I see maybe like to fix him just gets a little funky out of his hip and hock and maybe not as neat in terms of his shoulder and run uphill as some we've seen. That's a nice goat to go ahead and start. Young lady, it's going to be second. That goat is tall shouldered, and I love how dead level he is down his top. Good in terms of his outline. You get your hands on him. He's extremely hard to the touch. Big rack, really big at his 13th. You can see the crease and delineation in that guy's muscle. Probably not as fresh just in terms of his touch or just appearance. Maybe not as neat. Just grab your attention, but that's a good goat there. Young lady, it's going to be third. That goat's very good in terms of his handling quality. His shape is very good. His skin and hide's dialed in. I like the smoothness to his touch and to his handle compared to those two. Not near as much goat there. Not only in terms of stoutness, he needs to be bigger in terms of his pin set. You get him out on the move, and he just doesn't hold himself together and maintain his look quite as good, but that's a nice goat to be third. Young lady's goat that comes next, standing over the top, I like him as well as any. He's good in terms of the shape of his forearm and middle part of his body. He's big over his rack. He's big over his loin. I get off to the side of him, and he just gets a little plainer and a little deeper. He doesn't have as much shape and expression there through the lower part of his leg. Young man coming next, just a solid goat. Good in terms of his body shape. Got some thickness up top. He's a little softer to the heel, maybe not as neat in terms of his look. Young lady that rounds out the class, another one that's long and extended, really good in terms of feet and leg movement. I just need to open him up and give him a notch more power and dimension. That's a really good set. Nice way to round out the show. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Here's your standings for Class 130-3. Sixth place is Timber Man. Fifth place is Waylon Strahl. Fourth place is Mesa Arnold. Third place is Addison Hoosie. Second place is Jordan Halley. And first place is Adley True. Now coming to the show pin, we have the first and second placings in each class. We have Dylan Stone, Dominic Maldonado, Blake Bochelle, Quincy McCoy, Jordan Halley, and Adley True.
Well, first and foremost, let's give our heavyweight weather goat exhibitors a big round of applause. Very impressed with the quality, and as I said earlier, you never know sometimes when you get into a heavier weight division and a lot of times older goats what they're going to look like in terms of maturity and just where they're at condition-wise, and I'm very pleased with these, and I think it's a very, very good set of goats, and there's lots of discussion and lots of up in the air in terms of what a guy wants to do, and that's not to take away from the second places. I think there's a really nice set over there and goats that are good in their own right. But for me, the discussion's up here on the front line, and we'll just go through each and every one of them real quick. The goat that wins that first class, it's just good livestock in terms of his skeleton's good, the way he's built and the way he's put together is very good. That goat has muscle. His body shape is extremely good, and I like the curvature to it. He handles very smooth down his top, and everything sets and blends kind of how you like to see it. A big fan of that one just in terms of completeness and good. Now, is he the wildest one? Is he the hardest one? Is he the neatest touching one? No, but that goat is very, very good and just does a nice job of being good skeleton, good built, good muscled, good body shape. Like that goat in terms of his balance. Young man's go down to the second class. That's kind of the wild one out here, and you get your hands on him, and he's very hard to the touch, crisp, and you can bounce quarters off of his back and off of his loin. You like the shape he has through his leg, big time in terms of just handling quality. He's a notch firmer and probably just a notch crisper in terms of his touch. Goat that when we get him set up, I think has a very good look to him. He runs uphill and everything kind of fits and blends. Really like that about him. When we set that guy into motion, I don't know if he's quite as good in terms of his skeleton and the way he's built. And you can even see it sometimes there in terms of just on the standstill. He's maybe not as laid back in terms of his shoulder. He wants to get a little tweaky up front. He's a little plainer and just shorter out of his hip. And then as he sets into motion, he wants to tuck that hind leg and not stay as square. But that's getting awfully picky of a wild-looking one with lots of good to him. And then they go down to the heavyweight class, just one that hits you with a ton of quality as well. Stoutness of structure, really good in terms of his movement. He balances up awfully well. I like his length and levelness of spine as good as any of them. He's another one that's very fresh to the touch. He is crisp and hard and maybe just ripped up as a couple others, or maybe just athletic in terms of his build? Probably not. Another thing I see, might like to make him a little bigger in terms of his pin set, drop him down with a little more shape and expression there through his lower 1/3 there through his leg. Like to tuck him up ever so slightly. So I think it's been an outstanding heavyweight drive. I think it's an awfully close call, and I wouldn't argue with you. I'm going to go out and show you the two that I like, but let's give all these kids one more big round of applause.
Your grand champion and reserve champion in the heavyweight division, Blake Boschel is your reserve champion, and Dylan Stone is your grand champion. Give it up for them, folks. Next up, we're going to go to our market doe class, 140-2. 140-1, I apologize.
Nice way to start our market doe show, and differences on the top for sure, and probably still a little prospecting in a way or two, but the two on top I think surface in terms of quality, and then it's just some nitpicky things. Young man's doe kid we go ahead and start with. I think she combines the good shape and expression of muscle, and then puts it in the nicest and most attractive package. I think you get her propped up or watch her on the move. I think she maintains her top line and just maintains her look just a little better. I like her length and strength of spine. She's a little sharper in terms of her look up front. Is she the most powerful one? No, the one in second. Stout-footed, big-legged. She is big in terms of chest, great big in terms of the shape of her forerib and the middle part of her body. I like the top side power she has. And I think she's still functional and good in terms of her skeleton with that extra dimension, though. I think she's probably a little plainer and coarser, a little rounder off of both ends. I like to strengthen her in her spine ever so slightly. That's a nice one to be second. Young lady that's going to be third, that one started fighting her there at the end, but she's done a nice job sticking with her. Runs uphill really good and fresh and crisp to the touch. I like those things about her. Compared to the two that go out ahead of her, she's plainer in terms of her body shape. I don't see her as neat and tucked up. I like to shallow her up, give her a notch more dimension in terms of her pin set and shape through the lower part of her leg. The doe that comes next, taller and longer bodied, she handles very hard, very good in terms of her shape. I just wish there was more of that one. I think at times she probably gets a little loose, and just like to make her a little smoother. Young lady that comes next has got one extremely hard to the touch, wedges in the right direction. Of those, she gets narrower and flatter. Like to open her up. Really nice class all the way down. Let's give all the kiddos a big hand.
Here are your results for Class 140-1. 8th place is Adriel Hernandez. 7th place is Jesus Hernandez. 6th place is Quincy McCoy. 5th place is Aniston Perez. 4th place is Anita Little. 3rd place is Alexa Villa. 2nd place is Liam Engelman. And 1st place is Connor Craven. Congratulations. 1st and 2nd place, make sure you stick around.
nice class, and I think they fall together awfully nicely. I think it's a pair, but young man's doe we start with, I think just holds the upper hand, no doubt, in terms of quality and skeleton. She's attractive as she comes in. I like her length and levelness and strength of top line. She's a little bigger and just more up and out. Certainly appreciate that. Very fresh to the touch, very square, probably a little firmer to the handle as well. Nice female there. The doe that comes next, she may be the biggest in terms of the shape out of her spine. She's great big in terms of the shape of her rack. Really spans wide at her 13th rib and has a big loin in her. She too has a neat look to her, and I love how high her head carriage is. As we study her, she's not as neat in terms of her design and doesn't maintain herself. She wants to get a little funky there right behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little round of her hip. Young man's red doe that comes next, good in terms of her top line, really has some shape and expression. I like that about her. Like her build, I like her look, I like her quality. Compared to those two, just not as much stoutness, not as much of that one. Like to open her up. The next two are very similar in terms of type and kind, and I think they're very similar in terms of their handle and their shape. It gets kind of nitpicky. I think as we study the young lady that comes next, that one's just a little taller in terms of her shoulder, probably a little leveler in her top line. Young lady's doe that comes next, probably a little longer in terms of her spine, and at times maybe has a little more in terms of width up high. Just don't like her quite good in terms of her build. Black doe's nice. Young lady's paint doe has some shape, and the young man's doe that rounds out the class, very functional in terms of her feet and legs. Really good class. Let's give all those kiddos a big hand.
Here's your results for class 140-2. In 8th place, you have Jesus Hernandez. 7th place is Alexis Villa. 6th place is Connor Craven. 5th place is Sawyer Weinmeister. 4th place is Palmer Weinmeister. 3rd place is Ryan Loya. 2nd place is Harper Fabricius. And 1st place in your class 140-2 is Easton Hill. Congratulations, everybody.
Another nice class here in our market doe show, and some give and take and some differences between the top pair, but I think the two that need to come to the top, and then we've got a very nice kind of different one there in third. Young ladies doe we go ahead and start with. Powerful, big, opened up, big rack, big loin, seamless in terms of her transition. When we get that one propped up from the side, I think that's where she probably beats the doe that goes ahead and is going to be second. She's stronger and neater in terms of her top line. I think her bottom line matches. I like the way her shoulder, it just offers a little more up and out and just a little more neatness. I want to change her on the move. She gets a little rigid off of both ends. I want to fix her out of her shoulder, but really want to just open her up and expand her and give her more comfort out of her hock, but that's getting critical of a nice one. Young lady, it's going to be second. Groovy and big rack and lots of shape and expression of muscle. She's got more. She's probably just a little firmer in terms of her touch over her top. You get off to the side of her, then on the move, she's planes up. She wants to get a little plainer and get a little bigger in terms of her front chest. I like to fix her there, bring her shoulder in, and just make her bottom line match her top line just a little better. That's a nice one. Young lady that comes third, tall fronted, really level down her top. I like those things about that doe a great deal. Her shape and expression's very good. I just wish there was more of her compared to those two that go out ahead of her. Need to make her bigger chested and just bigger in terms of her pin set. That's a nice doe. The next two, certainly some differences. The doe, the kind of spotted up doe that comes next, I think she just excels in terms of handling quality. There's a little more shape, a little more expression of muscle there. I like those things about her. Like her length and extension. She just gets a little plainer out of her hip, not as neat, and just has just catch your eye as those out ahead. Young man that rounds out her top end. Another one that's good bodied. Really like her depth. She's level and good in terms of her structure. She gets a little plainer in terms of her handle. She wants to get a little plainer through her front end. On down the line, a really nice set of does. Really good set of kids. Let's give them all a big hand.
Here's your results for Class 140-3. In ninth place is Adriel Hernandez. Eighth place is Chloe Wilson. Seventh place is Aniston Perez. Sixth place is Lila Little. Fifth place is Wyatt Dudley. Fourth place is Brooklyn Wilson. Third place is Samantha Lanning. Second place is Celie Tharp. And first place is Peyton Hodgson. Coming to the pin and out right now, we got Liam Engelman, Connor Craven, Easton Hill, Harper Fabricius, Celie Tharp, and Peyton Hodgson.
Well, as we wrap up the last division here in our market does and in the last division of our market goat show, I think a very nice set. Not a ton of numbers, but quality has been very, very good. I think all three of these does, I honestly get this lineup out here, and yeah, there's some subtle differences, but in terms of type and kind, they probably match up as good as any division we've had all day. Young man out of the first class, just a good built one that still has muscle and shape. Her better days, I think, are certainly ahead of her, but that's a high quality individual. Young man that was second, real stout. Like to probably just make her a little better in terms of her build. We talked about the goat out of the next class, catches your eye and has a lot of quality to her. She's still very good and square in terms of the way she handles down her top. I like that about her. Her presence and just movement is very good. Is she the biggest or boldest strongest one or the stoutest one, probably not, but she's still more than ample, especially for one that size. The second place to that one is good in terms of in her body shape is any out here for sure. With that, we talked about wanting to make her a little sharper in terms of her look. Young lady out of the heavyweight class here, super powerful, opened up, great big in terms of her forerib and the middle part of her body. She handles big, she handles hard. I like those things about her, and she still has a neat look from the side. When we set her into motion, we talked about want to lay her back and relax her in terms of her shoulder and knee and just make her go with a little more authority out of her hip and hock. But that's getting picky of a nice one there. And then the one that was second to her, another stout one that's probably even a little shapelier and more expressive in terms of muscle. Just don't like her quite as well in terms of her balance and look from the side. Really good set of them. I'm going to take one more look and select you a champion in reserve, and then we'll bring back for your champion market goat one more time. Let's give all these kiddos a great big round of applause.
Coming in the show pin next is going to be your champion, your grand champion and reserve champions from all the market goat divisions. We have Alan Raff, Brooklyn Limbrick from the lightweight division, Audrey True, Peyton Hodgson from the light medium division, Bo Gardner, Piper Joe Hickey from the medium division, Addison Hodgson, Blake Boschel from the medium heavy division, Dylan Stone, Blake Boschel from the heavy division, and from the doe division you have Easton Hill and Peyton Hodgson. Once again, Flying M Photography is going to be taking pictures all throughout the day, and they have been taking pictures the past few days. Go to flyingmphotography.com to get all your pictures. The downloads are free. They are sponsored by Chevron, so make sure you thank Flying M Photography for being here and Chevron for sponsoring it. If you're an exhibitor, we ask that you please go sign the poster and do a thank you card to... It's over there. Coming to the show pin now, we have Alan Ruff from the lightweight division, Audrey True from the light medium division, Bo Gardner from the medium division, Addison Hodgsons from the medium heavy division, Dylan Stone from the heavy division, Easton Hill from the Doe division. These are your reserve champions. Brooklyn Limbrick from the light division, Peyton Hodgson from the light medium, Piper Joe Hickey from the medium, Blake Bochelle from the medium heavy, Blake Bochelle from the heavy, and Peyton Hodgson from the Does. Following this, we're going to take a 1 hour break. You have an hour to turn in your sale card. At the end of that hour, we're going to start the showmanship up. So right at the end of the hour, we're starting the showmanship up. You have an hour to turn in your sale cards up here in front of the fair office following this class.
Well, first and foremost, before we start anything else, let's not just these kids in the ring, but all the goats that have showed market goats today. Let's give them a great big round of applause. as as I talked earlier to start the day, it's certainly it's been a pleasure and an honor and a blessing to be asked to come sort the show and work with the young people. And when I got the call, I was excited. Weld County is one of those that you hear across the country, and just the quality and just how good the stock is and how good the kids are. And I'll be honest, everything's lived up to the hype. It's been a great goat show all the way through. I've had a blast sorting it. It's just I'm just humbled and honored that I had the opportunity. We get out here, and I'm very happy with the goats we've got. I think very good livestock in each and every class, in each and every division. Are they all alike? No, we've talked about that all day. And to me, I truly believe that good livestock comes in different shapes, sizes, colors, however you want to put it. But that's what's fun. As we get out here and selecting your champion drive, I'll be honest, I'm not very good at giving motivational speeches, but I do believe with my whole heart that this program right here and the things we're doing with these kiddos and raising them in the barn and raising them with livestock, I think it's the best thing that you can do to raise good human beings. And I'm just glad I got to be a part of it today. You kids keep working, and not just you kids out here, but those that maybe are back in the barn. Keep your head up and keep working. That's one guy's opinion on one day, and it could be your shot next time. It's been a blast. I'm going to take one more quick look at them. I'm going to select you a champion in reserve. Thank you once again for the opportunity. One more time, let's give these kids a great big round of applause.
Here's your results for the Market Goats. Here's your results for the Market Goats. 5th place is your champion is Dylan Stone. Your reserve champion is Addison Hodgsons. 3rd place is Blake Bochelle. 4th place is Adelie True, and 5th place is Peyton Hodgson. Thank you guys so much, and have a great day. We're going to come back in about an hour. We're going to start at 4:40 with our showmanship. 4:40. You have an hour to turn your sale cards in right here in front of the fair office. After that hour is up, we're starting at 4:40 for the showmanship. 4:40.
Well, we start our showmanship contest, and lots of kids, lots of young people wanting to participate, and I'm pumped about that. Showmanship's one of those deals that not always as a show judge is it fun to sort because we're picking apart kids, and it's something that's so subjective, but I'm proud of them for coming out here. We've got a great set of seniors that have done a great job showing goats all day long. We've asked these to come back and show in the finals after we sort another heat. Let's give all these senior goat exhibitors a great big round of applause. another really good set of kiddos out here, and as we've talked, doing an outstanding job and just doing a nice job. And you can tell they've worked with the goats and put the time in at the barn. And sometimes I get some, maybe our dancing partners are not wanting to cooperate, but I think a great group of kids that have certainly had a good day. And I know we're getting later into the evening, but I appreciate the hard work and effort they've put in. Keep your head up and keep hustling. Big things are coming. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to ask this group over here to come back. Well, let's give all of our senior showmanship exhibitors a big round of applause. We get this group out here, and we didn't send a bad kid out of the gate or a bad hand, but I think these that we've got left in the top five, I think, kind of surface and just do things that I see and do. To me, the best job presenting, and for me as a judge coming into a showmanship, it's yeah, we can change sides or we can do that, but for me it's who gets out there and you can tell has the relationship and has worked with that goat and gets the most out of it and honestly gives yourself the best chance to win. That's what showmanship means for me down deep in my heart, and I think all these exhibitors have done a great job. I think it gets very close. Some certain differences and for showmanship, that's probably one thing that it's even more subjective than the real show. So my compliments to the kids. I'm proud of them. They've done a great job showing goats all day. I'm going to line these up. We're going to go through and get your placings on them, but a very good set of kids. One more time, let's give them a big round of applause.
All right, here's your placing in the senior showmanship. 10th place is Addiston Perez. 9th place, Dally Peterson. 8th place, Alexis York. 7th place, Nate Fetzer. 6th place, Cadence Funk. 5th place, Macy Hodgson. 4th place, Hazen Weber. 3rd place, Addison Hoosie. Your reserve champion is Addison Hodgson. And your grand champion is Brooke Limbrick.
Another big group here and a great set of kids that have done a nice job showing goats all day long. Certainly proud of the effort and nothing to sneeze at, and just the hard work you've put in, and just remember that. And that's part of this deal. I failed to mention during the champion senior drive, but I've been thoroughly impressed with the kids, and I can tell as we've went through the day that there's been some disappointment, and but they've kept their composure and shook my hand, and I'm fine with that. That's part of this game, and if you don't have that, and you're not a little disappointed if you didn't come out on top, that's being competitive. And I tell you, that's what we need in young people like this. Let's give these intermediates a big round of applause. another really good group, and we're going to ask these individuals to come back. But kids out here are doing a really good job. Maybe at times we're just getting a little funky in terms of our hand placement, or maybe our dancing partners not wanting to cooperate quite right. And I understand that, and that's part of showing goats. They're the most intelligent dumb animals I've really ever been around. But my compliments to the kiddos. You've worked hard, and I can tell you've put your heart and soul into it. I'm proud of you. Let's give them a big hand.
Just a reminder, we got Flying M Photography taking pictures out here all day for us. So if you want any pictures, we have free downloads at flyingmphotography.com. Those are sponsored to you by Chevron, so make sure you go sign the poster. And any exhibitors, there's thank you cards for you to sign as well over there to thank Chevron for the sponsorship of the photos. So make sure you go to Flying M Photography to check out some amazing, amazing pictures of the events going on this week.
Well, let's give our intermediate showmen here in our finals a big round of applause. Really good set of kids, and it's awful tough. I'll be honest, any of these kids out here could show goats for me any day of the week, and that's what it comes down to for me, is just those that know what they're doing and can get it done and get them presented, and as we've talked about, getting the most out of those goats, and that was always one thing for me as a kiddo when maybe I didn't have the best day, but I had a buddy that they were very fortunate and had two in a champion drive, or they broke wrong, getting on that other one, and that's something to be commended for, and one thing that I always think about and goes into the back of my mind. All of them have done an outstanding job. There's some differences. I think there's some that are probably a little smoother. I think there's some that probably get those goats out and move them a little better, and I think there's some that probably get the most out of them when you get your hands on them. So all of them outstanding. It's just personal preference. I'm going to place these, but one more time, let's give them a great big round of applause.
We're getting our junior showmanship started. Get you your results for the intermediate as soon as we get done riding them all up. Here's your results for the intermediate showmanship. In 10th place, we have Peyton Hodgson. 9th place, Jesse Hoffman. 8th place, Samantha Lanning. 7th place, Zemery Weber. 6th place, Mesa Arnold. 5th place is Adley True. 4th place is Harper Fabricius. 3rd place is Bentley Hickey. Your reserve champion is Piper Joe Hickey. And your grand champion in the intermediate showmanship is Blake Boschel. Congratulations, everybody.
Really good set of juniors here, and I tell you, these kiddos are showing well above and beyond their years of probably experience, but really proud of them. I think doing a lot of good things, certainly a bright future. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Just a reminder, the Farm Bureau of Colorado is presenting the first annual Weld County Fair Integrity Award. So this is a nominated award for all exhibitors at the Weld County Fair. If you see somebody going above and beyond, make sure you go to the fair office during the fair and fill out a nomination card. The top 5 nominees will receive nomination ribbons, and the first place nominee will receive a custom belt buckle, custom traveling trophy, and a cash prize of the amount of $500. So make sure you go nominate some folks if you see anybody going above and beyond.
Another good set of juniors here and a set of kids. Once again, I think doing a lot of things right. Maybe your goat's not wanting to cooperate, or maybe we're tugging on their head a little bit instead of driving and using our lower body. But I think an outstanding set of kids, really bright futures. Let's give them all a big hand. Well, let's give all our juniors here in our finals a big round of applause. Like I said earlier, I think kiddos showing well beyond their years and certainly have bright futures, and it gets tough, especially in a judge's mind. I know they're doing a lot of great things, and then it just gets, I think some of them probably get them out and move them just a little better, and some of them maybe a little more intense. Maybe some of them get them propped up and stuck. So certainly a very close call, I think, especially here on your top end. Great set of kiddos that have done a great job all day. Let's go ahead and give them one more round of applause, and I'll select you champions.
Here's your placing for the. That's pre-junior, right? Or what was that? Here's your placing for the junior showmanship. 10th place is Elizabeth Elliott. 9th place is Lexi Vara. 8th place is Timber Man. 6th place is Lila Little. 5th place is Emily Martinez. 4th place is Dylan Bochelle. 3rd place is Easton Hill. Your reserve champion is Isabel Waters. And your grand champion of the junior showmanship is Treston Herrick. Congratulations, everybody.
Let's give this group of kiddos a great big round of applause. Especially proud of this group, and they are for sure showing well beyond their years of experience and probably their ability to get in the ring in terms of how much they've been able to do it. Really proud of them, or perfect, no, but there's lots of hustling, lots of drive, and I think the kids are doing an outstanding job. Makes my job tough, and I know it's getting late, goats are getting tired, and trying to hurry through, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody had a shot and try to make sure I had them right in my mind, because I know how much showmanship means to you guys, just like it did to me. Certainly very, very close out here. My hat's off to you. Just before, this is the last time we'll talk. Thoroughly enjoyed my time. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been a blast. I've had fun. Thank you very much. Good luck. Let's give the kids one more big round of applause.
We're waiting to get our results in. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. Make sure you check out flyingmphotography.com to get your free pictures. Sponsored by Chevron. Go to flyingmphotography.com to get the pictures. Make sure you thank all of our volunteers and all the helpers around here. They put a lot of time and effort to make this happen, and it wouldn't be possible without them, so make sure you thank them. We'll be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the sheep show, 9 a.m. So we'll see you tomorrow. Everybody get home safe and have a blessed day.